Distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 8th SaRaM. I'd like to extend my deepest gratitude to all the participants. My name is Kim Ji-hyun and I'm going to be your MC today. Thank you so much.
And good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Welcome to the 8th International Symposium on Safety Improvement and Stakeholder Confidence in Radioactive Waste Management. And I'd like to introduce myself and greet you. My name is Kim Ji-hyun, and it's an absolute honor to be serving as your MC for today and tomorrow. Thank you very much for your attendance. 네, 오늘 바쁘신 가운데
I'd like to extend my deepest gratitude to all the participants for being here today, as well as everyone who are watching this forum online. Thank you so much for your participation. So this year marks the 8th anniversary of SaRaM. It first started in 2014, and in 2015 we discussed about the spent fuel management, and in 2016 establishment of basic framework. In 2017 high-level waste management business. 2018 social value creation, and 2019 decommissioning and high-level waste management, and in 2020 we talked about the development of technologies for waste management. And today, we would like to talk about the basic framework for the high-level waste management and also the implementation plan for the R&D roadmap. So the theme for the forum is the step towards a safe management of high-level waste. So we will have two-day event starting from today and ending tomorrow. I hope you stay until the end of the forum. Thank you very much. Before we get started in earnest, I would like to make a quick announcement regarding the simultaneous interpretation. We provide simultaneous interpretation for the forum. If you need interpretation service, you can use the receivers. Turn to channel 1 for Korean and 2 for English. You can choose the language that you want.
For your convenience, please set your receiver to channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. 네, 그럼 본격적으로
So before we get started, I would like to introduce our distinguished guest. When I call the names of our distinguished guest, please give them a big round of applause. The first, please welcome them with a big round of applause once again.
And when I do, please welcome them with a big round of applause. First and foremost, Mr. Mika Bohyonen, Mika Bohyonen 부대표님 참석해 주셨습니다. 고맙습니다. Thank you very much. 고맙습니다. 네, 계속해서 Mr. Martin Buendouet, Director of OECD NEA. OECD NEA의 Martin Buendouet 국장님 자리해 주셨습니다. 고맙습니다. Thank you very much. 네, 다음은 Mr. Magnus Holmqvist, President of SKB Sweden. Thank you very much. Sweden SKB의 Magnus Holmqvist 회장님 함께 해주셨습니다. Thank you very much. 네, 계속해서 이어가도록 하겠습니다. 다음은 Mr. Ingo Blashmidt, Head of Grimsel Test Site of Nagra, Switzerland. 스위스 나그라의 인고 블라시미트 그림젤 테스트 사이트 센터장님 참석해 주셨습니다. Thank you very much. 네, 다음은 일본에서 오셨습니다. Mr. Kenichi Kaku, Manager of Numo, Japan. 일본 누모의 케니치 카쿠 매니저님 참석해 주셨습니다. 고맙습니다. Thank you. 네, 다음은 Mr. Jean-Michel Ouabak, Deputy Director of UNDRA France. 프랑스 UNDRA의 Jean-Michel Ouabak, Deputy Director님 참석해 주셨습니다. Thank you very much. 네, 고맙습니다. 정말 먼 길 이렇게 대한민국까지.
Well, thank you so much for coming to Korea for this forum. Thank you so much once again. Why don't we give a big round of applause once again? Then I would like to introduce distinguished guests from Korea. First, we have Ta Song-soo, CEO and President of CORED.
고맙습니다, 이사장님.
Thank you for your participation.
Of the Ministry of Industry and Energy of the Republic of Korea. 여러분, 산업통상자원부 박일준 차관님을 소개합니다. 고맙습니다. Thank you very much. 네, 오늘 정말 많은 분들께서 이 자리를 빛내주고 계시고
We have so many distinguished guests here today, but because of time limitation, we cannot introduce each and every one of you. But thank you so much for your participation. Thank you once again. And next, we have a short video celebrating the opening of the 8th SaRaM.
place. We'd like to share a video clip to commemorate the hosting of the 8th SaRaM. And with that, let's take a look.
현대 사회에서 인류가 살아가는 데 가장 필요한 원천, 에너지. 에너지 생산 및 안보에서 가장 큰 비중을 차지하는 원자력. 지구 온난화, 탄소 중립 등 깨끗한 에너지로의 전환이 시급한 지금. 원자력 에너지 생산뿐 아니라 생산 후 발생하는 다양한 방사성 폐기물의 전 주기적 관리 방안이 절실한 때입니다. 한국원자력환경공단은 안전을 바탕으로 늘 우리 곁에 있습니다. 사회적 합의와 인간의 신뢰가 필수적인 원자력. 한국원자력환경공단은 끊임없는 연구, 기술 개발, 그리고 안전한 방패장 건설 및 운영을 통해 방사성 폐기물의 처분 안전성을 지속적으로 높이고 있습니다. 2014년 12월 10만 드럼 규모의 중저준위 방폐물 1단계 동굴 처분 시설을 준공하여 방패장 운영을 개시하였고 2022년 7월 2단계 표층 처분 시설 건설을 착수하였습니다. 이와 더불어 2021년 제2차 고준위 방사성 폐기물 관리 기본 계획에 따라 2022년 5월 한국원자력환경공단은 고준위 방사성 폐기물 관리 시행 계획을 수립하여 방사성 폐기물의 관리 사업을 차질 없이 수행하고 있습니다. 한국원자력환경공단은 생명과 안전을 최우선으로 여깁니다. 방사성 폐기물 안전 관리를 위한 기술력 향상, 고준위 방사성 폐기물의 해외 선도국과의 지속적인 협력과 소통, 한국원자력환경공단은 방패장 안전관리 시스템 구축을 위한 노력에 최선을 다하고 있습니다. 지속 가능한 인류, 깨끗하고 안전한 에너지, 방사성 폐기물 안전관리에 대한 관심과 소통이 이어질 때 밝은 미래로 한 걸음 더 나아갈 수 있습니다. 제8차 방사성 폐기물 안전관리 국제 심포지엄. 이곳에서 미래를 향한 새 발돋움이 시작됩니다. 제8차 방사성 폐기물 안전관리 국제 심포지엄.
네, 영상
Did you enjoy the video? As you can see from the video, we will have a 2-day symposium starting from today. And we are holding this symposium because we would like to have important discussion that is important for the humanity. So I would like to ask you for participation. So first, I would like to invite Mr. Cha Song-soo, CEO of CORED, the host of this forum.
Radioactive Waste Agency, for his welcoming remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big round of applause. 여러분 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
So I'd like to welcome all of you. Especially, we'd like to extend our sincere welcome to domestic and foreign distinguished guests and experts and many others who have attended the 8th International Symposium on Safety Improvement and Stakeholder Confidence in Radioactive Waste Management. Especially, my thanks goes to the Second Vice Minister of MOTI and also Vice President Kim Chon-woo of Korea Rad Waste Society, and also Mr. Mika Fonem of Posivar, and also Mr. Martin Brandau of OECD NEA, and also Mr. Magnus Holmqvist of SKB, and also Mr. Ingo Schmidt of NAGRA, and also Mr. Jang Michel Horabeke from Andhra, and also I'd like to say thank you to the team leader, Mrs. Olena Migulichuk of IAE, and also Mr. Stephen Mayer of IAI, and also there are many people who are attending here, experts in rad waste management and experts in domestic and related organizations, and also officials in the nuclear power plant area, and also the city mayor of Gyeongju also attended this symposium shortly, but he was unable to stay with us for the rest of the day. But still, I'd like to say thank you for your participation, and I would like to express my gratitude to everyone who took the time to attend this international symposium on safety improvement and stakeholder confidence in radioactive waste management. It's been the 8th symposium since it was held the first time, and we have been gathering all the expertise and discussed all the issues related to the safety of radiation waste management. And now at this 8th International Symposium, we'd like to talk about the current status and experiences of each country for the safe management of high-level waste. And especially, we would like to focus on topics which is acceptability and management policy and technology development and high-level waste. Actually, there are many stakeholders involved in the management of high-level waste. So we have domestic and foreign experts and local officials, and also the civic groups, and also we have business partners here. And furthermore, in order to make sure that we are also in line with the next generation of our society. We have invited many students, and also there are many experts from IAEA, and also many foreign officials from 5 different countries, which is now very active in the management of the high-level waste and also disposal facilities. So what we need to do is to just develop a technology and secure safety so that we can continue to build a basis for the management of high waste based on the acceptability. Last November, the government also formulated a basic plan for the high-level waste based management. And in line with this basic plan, we are now working on the roadmap, and the government is also playing a very important role in laying out the steps that we need to follow. So at the National Assembly, there is a talks about passing the special act on high-level waste management. I think we need to put a lot of effort to have the bill passed so that we can proceed with this high-level waste management activities in a speedy manner. And this symposium should become a starting point for the further progress. This is our sincere hope. Once again, I hope that all the participants would have a very meaningful moment. And today we are having this symposium in Gyeongju, which is an ancient city with thousand history. And I also hope that you could experience great autumn season here. Thank you.
네,
Well, it's a great honor to invite all of you in this beautiful city, Gyeongju. And as he said, we invited world-renowned experts today. So I hope you have meaningful time here at the forum. Next, we'll move on to the congratulatory speech by Mr. Park Il-jun, the second Vice Minister of Trade, Industry and Energy.
Il-jun of Trade, Industry and Energy of the Republic of Korea for his congratulatory address. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, my name is Park Il-jun, second Vice Minister of Trade, Industry and Energy. I'd like to extend my deepest gratitude to everyone for participating, and it's an honor for me to participate as well. We have many guests online, and we have the Stefan Meyer, leader of the disposal team at the IAEA, and as well as Martin Brandauer, OECD NEA decommissioning expert, and also Mr. Ta Sung-soo, CEO and President of CoRed. We have many experts from home and abroad who are participating for the symposium. Thank you so much once again. As you know, the world is focused on energy security and carbon neutrality, and the world is moving towards a new energy policies. Korea is same. We are moving away from coal and LNG towards new renewable energy. In particular, nuclear power is very important. We would like to focus on nuclear energy, but at the same time, we have to talk about red waste management. As you know, we suggested K taxonomy, and then the detailed plan for the red waste management was included in that plan. So in order to ensure the safe management of red waste management, we included the plans into the K taxonomy. And every year we have about 18,000 tons of red waste generated a year. And it will take decades to establish facilities for management. So in order to reap the benefits of nuclear energy and to ensure the safety of the public, we have to start working. If we don't, it will be a problem. So we should do it right now. The Korea came up with a special act so that we can implement our plans in a more continuous manner. So we would like to also come up with supportive measures for the community as well. Based on the roadmap that we've established, we would like to secure the technologies. We have so many experts from home and abroad, and especially from foreign countries. You have a lot of expertise in terms of technology, so we would like to listen to your opinions. And there are many leading countries in this field, so we would like to learn from you, and we would like to talk about the public acceptance and transparency of the plan. We would like to work on that sense. And SaRaM, today's forum, is where we are joined by so many world-renowned experts. So I hope that you also have constructive time here today at the forum. Once again, thank you so much for your participation. And I'd like to extend my deepest gratitude to CoRed, President of CoRed, and the staff as well. Thank you so much. So please give him a big round of applause once again. Thank you so much for your warm welcome. As you can see, the world is moving towards safer energy, and no country is free from such movement. Therefore, I hope that we can have meaningful discussion today and tomorrow so that we can provide safety for the humanity across the world. I think that's why it's very timely that we're holding this event right now. And I'd like to mention that Gyeongju is where we have a nuclear power plant, and his hometown is Gyeongju. So that's why he is really keen on the matters related to this issue, and also to the opinions of the community and neighbor in Gyeongju. So I believe that he is really keen on the matter. And why don't we give a big round of applause once again to the Vice Minister? Thank you very much. We will move on to the award ceremony. There was the 7th research paper competition on red waste management. There are 2 categories for the competition. First, idea category, second, paper category. And idea category was open to the public. Anyone could participate. And the second research paper competition was open to the university and grad students from home and abroad, and it was on the efficient red waste management and public acceptance. So let us get started with the award ceremony. So the award, there are 3 types of awards. Award given by the co-red, an award by the KRS, as well as the Ministry of Trade. Next, I would like to invite Vice President Kim Chun-woo of KRS, Korea Radioactive Waste Society. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. So now I'd like to call on the winner of the award. So when I call your name, please come up to the stage. The participation prize, the winner is Yu Gang-hyun and 2 others from Korea University, and Jung Woo-gyu and 2 others from UNIST. Please welcome them with a big round of applause.
네, 수상자
So we have everyone on the stage. So we would like to say hello to our guest.
네, 시상하도록 하겠습니다.
Now we will present the award. Participation for the research papers category. Yu Gang-hyun and 2 others from Korea University. We provide this award as the winner did a great job at the competition in terms of red waste management. Congratulations. Please give them a big round of applause.
네, 꽃다발도 수여가
We've presented a word and the flower, bouquet of flower. Let's take a picture. Please put up your board for a photo shoot. Please take off your mask for the photo shoot. Thank you very much. Let's take a picture now. Congratulations, everybody. So please stay on the stage just yet, and we'll move on to the second winner of the participation prize. The winner is Jung Woo-gyu and two others from UNIST. Congratulations. A bouquet of flower as well as the award, and please take off your mask for the photo shoot. So let's just take off your mask for the photo shoot. Congratulations. Please give them a big round of applause. Thank you. Let's take a group photo with the Vice President in the middle. So please take off your mask for the group photo. They are the next generation for the nuclear industry. Please give them a big round of applause. So they are the winner of the participation award provided by the KRS. And now, the Vice President, you can return to your seat. The winners and the awardee, they can go back to their seat now. Thank you very much and congratulations once again. Next. Next. I would like to invite Mr. Cha Sung-soo, CEO of CoRed, and the awards are in both categories. So let me call out the name of the winner. When I call your name, please come up to the stage. Idea category, Kim Ju-eun from Postec, and research paper category, please come up to the stage. Kim Ju-eun and Park Jong-hyun, please come up to the stage for the award ceremony.
네, 수상자 여러분.
So let's bow to our participants. Thank you. So idea category first. The Excellence Award for the idea category, Kim Ju-eun from Postec. We provide this award to Kim Ju-eun due to the excellent performance in the competition award. Congratulations once again. We just provided a bouquet of flower. Please take off your mask for the group photo. Congratulations once again. Please smile at the camera. So please wait on the stage. And next winner is so please stand in the middle of the stage. Okay. the Excellence Award in Research Paper Competition, Park Jong-hyun and two others from Dongguk University. Please give them a big round of applause. Congratulations. So they received a award as well as bouquet of flower. Let's take a picture and then we'll move on to the group photo. Please look into the camera with beautiful smile. That's great. Congratulations. Let's take a group photo together with all the winners. So let's take a group photo together with both of the winners and the CEO of CoRed. So why don't we give a big round of applause to our students? Congratulations. And now you can go back to your seat. They were the winners of the CoRed Award. Next, we only have the Grand Prix winner left. In Mr. Park Il-jun, the second Vice Minister of Trade, Industry and Energy, will present the award. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Thank you. So now I will call out the winner of the Grand Prix Award. The winner of Grand Prix for the competition award is Kim Byung-kwan from POSTEC, Advanced Nuclear Engineering Department. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. So, once again, congratulations on winning the Grand Prix. We have the winner, Kim Byung-kwan, on the stage. So let's bow to our participants. Please give him a big round of applause. Okay, the Grand Prix of the 7th Competition Award for Red Waste Management, Kim Byung-kwan from POSTEC. We provide this award to you as you had a great performance in the competition award. Congratulations once again. Please give him a big round of applause. Let's take a group photo together with Kim Byung-kwan, the winner of Grand Prix, and take off your mask for the photo shoot. I'm sure that you're really happy, so please look into the camera and smile together with the minister. Congratulations once again. Minister, please stay on the stage just a little bit more. And the winner, Mr. Kim Byung-kwan, you can go down and take a seat. Next is the ministerial commendation. And the awardee would be also Mr. Park Il-jun, second Vice Minister of Trade. The winner is Park Jin-baek, Lee Jung-hwan, Park Hong-jun, and Park Mi-kyun. I would like to invite 4 of the winners to come up to the stage. Please welcome them with a big round of applause. Please take your time to come up to the stage. have 4 winners for the ministerial commendation. So let's bow to our participants. Thank you.
네, 박진배님부터 시작하겠습니다.
Let's start from Mr. Park Jin-bae.
표창장
Ministerial commendation. Park Jin-bae from CoRed. You've been dedicated to your work, and especially in terms of the establishment of the high-level waste R&D technology roadmap.
2022년 11월 10일
November 10th,
사업공사 작업
2022.
이창양 대표. 네, 축하드립니다.
Congratulations once again.
박수로
Please give him a big round of applause.
사진 촬영하겠습니다.
Let's take a picture.
마스크 수상자는 마스크 벗어주시고요.
Please take off your mask for a commemorative photo.
네, 손자 잘 보이게 들어주시고요.
So please hold up your commendation
고맙습니다.
so that it can show in the photo. Thank you very much.
다음 수상자 모시도록
Next,
하겠습니다.
I'll move on to the next winner,
한국원자력환경공사
Lee Jong-hwan from CoRed.
여러분 축하의 박수 부탁드립니다.
And the content of the award is the same. Congratulations.
네, 역시 사진 촬영하겠습니다.
We'll also take a picture, so please take off your mask.
네, 기념사진.
Let's take a commemorative photo together with the minister. Please hold up your plaque.
네, 다음 수상자 모시겠습니다.
Next, I'll call out the name of the winner for the ministerial commendation.
수상자 재난법인 사용 핵연료 관리 혁신기술 개발 사업단.
Mr. Park Hong-jun from the IKSNF. So congratulations once again. Congratulations. Please give him a big round of applause. We will take another photo. Please take off your mask.
네, 여러분 축하의 박수 다시 한번 부탁드립니다.
So please give them a big round of applause once again.
시작하겠습니다.
Next, we'll move on to the next awardee, Park Mi-hyun from the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy. The content is same. You've been dedicated to your work, especially in the establishment of the high-level waste R&D technology roadmap. So congratulations. Please give her a big round of applause once again. Please take off your mask. Let's take a commemorative photo. Please smile into the camera. Please hold up your plaque. Thank you so much. So let's take a group photo together with all the winners as well as the minister in the middle. So please open up your plaque and smile into the camera. Smile at the camera. Thank you very much. Congratulations once again. Please give them a big round of applause. Well, thank you. That was the award ceremony and ministerial commendation ceremony. And from the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy, thank you so much for your dedication. And I'd like to also thank Vice Minister Park Il-jun. So we will wrap up everything with the ceremony. And now we would like to take a group photo together with all the participants from home and abroad.
All of our distinguished guests for a commemorative photo shoot. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I'd like to invite you up onto the stage for a commemorative photo shoot. Please follow the guidance of our staffs and join me up onto the stage. Thank you very much. 두 줄로 할까요? 그냥 한 줄로? Yep. Please follow the guidance of our staffs. Thank you. Please show us your biggest smiles for the photo. Yes. Thank you very much. Please return to your seats. Thank you. 네, 오늘 멀리서 와주신 해외 초청 연사분들.
Now it's also our pleasure to have a photo shoot session together with all the distinguished guests from overseas countries, and we'll take a break for shortly, and then we are going to move to the keynote speech session.
Begin the keynote address under the theme of HLW Safety Management Plan in Major Countries. 기조 연설 시간 갖도록 하겠습니다. 제일 먼저
So we are going to have a keynote speech session.
Mika Pohjonen, Managing Director of Posiva, Finland, for his keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him onto the stage with a warm round of applause. 여러분 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
Mr. Vice Minister, Mr. CEO, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to have this opportunity to briefly introduce you the final repository project of spent nuclear fuel in Finland. So I represent Posiva Oy, which is a private company owned by two Finnish nuclear utilities, Fortum and TVO Teollisuuden Voima. Our mission is safe and cost-efficient final disposal of spent nuclear fuel of our owners. We do have, at the moment, 90 employees, and in addition we buy approximately 100 person-years per year from experts, and at the moment we are in middle of very intense construction phase, so we do have approximately 150 workers on the construction site. These are, of course, contractors' workers. Our turnover, which is a nice name for cost, because we are a cost for our owners, was 127 million last year. And Posiva's subsidiary, Posiva Solutions, has been established 6 years ago and concentrates on selling Posiva's experience and expertise of final disposal of spent nuclear fuel. This is our home island called Olkiluoto in southwestern Finland. We do have there three nuclear units. The quite famous Olkiluoto 3 is there leftmost. It will be commissioned, or it's in the middle of commissioning period. And then from waste side we do have an interim storage for spent fuel, wet storage here. That has accommodated all the spent fuel from Olkiluoto 1 and 2, the older units, already for 40 years. Then we do have a repository for operational waste, meaning low and intermediate level waste. That has been operative now for 30 years, since 1992. We do have a space reservation there for additional silos for decommissioning waste when the time comes for the power plants. In the forefront is the topic of my presentation today, the so-called Onkalo area, where we are constructing the world's first final repository for spent nuclear fuel. This is our project in a copper cell, not in a nutshell, because we use copper. We started approximately 40 years ago. Site selection period was 17 years. It was pretty long, but we did this thing first in the world, like many of the things we have done, and that explains that some things took maybe more time than they would take today. After the site selection period, we applied for the first and most important permission, so-called decision in principle, which has to be ratified by the parliament, and we got it in 2001. After that, we started constructing Onkalo, which is a research facility, but from the very beginning, Posiva decided that it will not be a standalone research facility, but it will later be a part of the final repository. And in 2012, after concept development and lots of research and development in Onkalo, we applied for the construction permit and got it in November 2015. After that, we started to construct the preparatory construction work. And in 2019, when our owners decided to invest to the encapsulation plant and really fix the start of the final disposal, then we started to construct first final disposal tunnels and the encapsulation plant. And at the same time, we had prepared application for the last needed permission, operating license. And we estimate that at the moment we estimate that we will get it in approximately 3 years' time, in 2025, beginning of 2025. Of course, it's in the authorities' hands now. So the final disposal will start, estimated starts 2025, and we will continue approximately 100 years. This is not because we would be especially slow, but Olkiluoto 3 unit will produce electricity at least 60, if not 80 years. And after that, the spent fuel must be in the interim storage for 30 to 40 years before it can be disposed of. So the project will end in the beginning of 2100. Our concept is presented here. We do have water in the crystalline rock. That's why we use thick copper canister on the top. In the inside of the canister, there is a cast iron insert where the fuel bundles are placed, and the canisters are placed in 220 meters depth of the Finnish bedrock, surrounded by bentonite clay, which swells and then keeps the water away from the final disposal of the canisters. Our bedrock is 1,900 million year old, and we are in the middle of a tectonic plate, so it's very calm and peaceful conditions and very stable bedrock. As I mentioned, Onkalo has been used for intensive research and development project, developing rock construction methods, and also we have got the information from the real site from the very beginning. So we have tens of investigation drill holes from surface and underground. Project status today, checking the timer. Project status above the ground today. You see here our encapsulation plant construction site 1.5 years ago in April 21. I show this picture because from here you can see the main phases of the process. The canisters or the spent fuel comes into this hall. Then it's lowered down. There's a corridor under these rooms, and it's lowered down and lifted up in hot cell. This is the place where all the magic happens, and the spent fuel assemblies are lifted away from the transport cask, dried, and inserted into the cast iron insert, which is already in the copper canister. After that, there is welding station, machining station, those you don't see anymore in this picture, and then inspection, and here approximately is shaft down to 420 meters, where the canisters will be lowered down to the final disposal depth. This is how it looked like 6 months ago, the same construction. So the building is ready, and the installation of equipment and machinery has been started. In fact, here is the sequence which I described shortly with help of the photo. So this is receiving of the canister, transport cask. Canisters are moving here downstairs. This is where the drying and packing to the canister happens. This is welding, machining, and then inspection, and then there is a warehouse for empty canisters, and then the hoisting system for the canister, which will be lowered down. So the high part of the building here is the hoisting part of the building. So at the moment, the encapsulation plant building is ready, and last week we received the welding machine. The installation of that is ongoing. Lots of other works are ongoing inside the plant. And the message of this slide is more than that. Please look at us in YouTube, Posiva Solutions, or LinkedIn, or any social media. But we do have lots of information of our project there, so you can basically find from very superficial descriptions to quite in-depth information from all social media. So underground, we have also, despite of the COVID, progressed in schedule, and now you have a better graph here of the repository. So we have a ramp down because we have used this 7-kilometer ramp for research and development and site investigation. We have different research niches here along the road, along the way, but in the end we will use only shafts when we are operative. So we have 4 shafts. There are 1 for canisters, 1 for personnel, and 2 for ventilation. And then technical facilities here are all ready, and the final disposal depth, these 5 green tunnels, they have been completed now 3-4 months ago. So these are the 5 first final disposal tunnels. And next will be excavated when we have filled these. So we have now, after excavating since 2002, for 20 years we have stopped excavation for something like 4 or 5 years now. So it's peaceful down there now. So the final disposal tunnels are quite barren, and they will be hosting, each of these tunnels is 300 meters long. They will be hosting approximately 30 canisters each. Shafts, I mentioned the 4 shafts, just some pictures, photos of those here. And then the little bit more fancier underground facilities, so technical rooms, there is parking place and maintenance place for machinery, repair shops and cafeteria, etc. So these underground technical facilities are more or less ready. This series of photos starts from from September 2020, and the last photo is from 21 December when these facilities were more or less finalized. Some photos, similar time series of photos from canister receiving station, and just the construction pictures. This is also the last one is here quite old already, but these facilities are in finished state now. As I mentioned, we submitted the world's first operating license application to the government of Finland in the 30th of December 21, in fact, not 22, there is a mistake. The original schedule was 31st, so we got 1 day off the schedule, or we were 1 day ahead of schedule, but yes, it was a year ago. Here is the right date. So the operation license application is a nice evening reading if you can't fall asleep. So it's 17,000 pages of e-documents. It's not really a physical document, but we have a physical documents as summaries, but everything is our content management system where the authorities have access, so that the reports and information is cross-referenced, and it's easy to read and easy to create an understanding of the important things. So as I mentioned, we held our schedule, and 22 and first half of next year we have scheduled to reply to our Nuclear Radiation Safety Authority, that's called STUC, there and other authorities questions. So there are lots of stakeholders and authorities involved in the process, so it's not only Nuclear Safety Authority which is involved. And we consider that the end of 24 would be the earliest possible time to get the permission, but as I mentioned, it's not in our hands, it's authorities' decisions. So I would like to mention that this is not an authority requirement, but Posiva decided that before we go on live with the real stuff, meaning spent nuclear fuel, highly radiating spent nuclear fuel, we will do a trial run of final disposal, in fact starting in January 24. And in this trial run, everything happens like in real final disposal, except we have mock fuel, so non-radiating mock elements, but they are real size and real weight fuel elements. In that test, we are not testing only the technology, what we have already the operating organization in place that has been founded 2 years ago. And we also have all the procedures, all the safeguards, everything in place when we implement this test. It will be really interesting to see how it goes, because this is first of a kind nuclear facility in the world, and I would say that lots of interesting times are expected in 24. So in that test we will transport the fuel from Olkiluoto power plant, we will do the encapsulation, we will do the final disposal, backfilling of tunnels, plugging the tunnel. We will also have retrieval of damaged canister from downstairs to upstairs to the encapsulation plant, where we will cut it open, take care of the waste, return the fuel to safe state, and for state that it can be repacked. And this is how the place or the repository will look like in 100 years, a little bit more. So we do have total tunnel length of approximately 50 kilometers. We have in Finland very small inventory. We have only 5 nuclear reactors, so we will produce approximately 6,500 tons of uranium, and it fits into 3,250 canisters. The footprint of the whole repository is approximately 2 square kilometers. Many people are asking about the excavation rock, what we do with that. We luckily have the nuclear power plant system on our island, so we have used most of the rock already in building roads, embankments, harbor for Olkiluoto 3, parking places, etc. So, but there will be some small amount which is stored on the islands, but that has no external traffic or noise impacts. About public acceptance as a last topic, you remember that from our site selection and permission application period, it's lots of time has passed, so we got the decision in principle in 2001 already, but same principles as during that process are still valid. So we consider everyone as an important stakeholder. We analyze regularly who are our stakeholders. We analyze what they would need, how would need to communicate, and we respond with facts. We respond proactively to everybody, and most important of all, we feel that it's our responsibility or obligation to be understandable. So we need to talk in different language to authority than we talk to school children or media. But if somebody doesn't understand us, it's our fault. It's not the listener's fault. So this is why we invest a lot in communications. And this is in the background. This is, by the way, our visitor center, which is open to public now after COVID again, 7 days a week, and it's for free. It's accessible for everybody. We have approximately 15,000 visitors there per year. Back to the approval times. In the Finnish system, every municipality where nuclear facility is proposed has a veto right in the decision in principle process, and Eurajoki municipality is our home municipality. They voted about this project in year 2000 in the municipal council, 20 yes and 7 no. And if a municipality votes no, it's a permanent no, so it cannot be renegotiated during the next election period. After that, the government made the decision and gave it for ratification to the Finnish Parliament in May 2001, and the votes went 150 yes and 3 no. We have 199 votes in the Parliament. So before NATO vote, this was the most unanimous vote in the Finnish Parliament. And the decisive arguments at that time were that aiming at final disposal is far better solution than just resorting to interim storage or storing. An option for retrievability must be maintained, and because that stuff might be useful as a raw material after 500 years, 1,000 years, we don't know. And a moral justification was that the present generation has enjoyed the benefits of nuclear, so it should also take the responsibility of nuclear waste. I would say the 3 shafts of success. I talk about shafts, not pillars, because we go underground. So 3 shafts of success of public acceptance of our project has been the trust and transparency. We have from the very beginning of not only the final disposal project, but already in 1970s when the construction of nuclear power plants started, we have been very open and transparent, and we have wanted the people to know what we are doing. In 1970s and 80s, at least in Finland, industries did not talk to ordinary people. They constructed their thing, whatever it is, paper mill, road, and then they told the audience that if you have something to complain, go to court. And so, but that culture was different from our company from the very beginning. So that we took people to Olkiluoto to show them we are constructing nuclear reactors here, and also we do have a very so that has earned us a trust, which is our most valuable asset. So we can lose money, but we cannot afford losing the trust of people. Second pillar or shaft is that in the Finnish system we have a very clear permission procedure, and also independent and trusted authorities, not only the Nuclear Safety Authority, but other authorities involved. So people get information from authorities and they act very transparently. So people and stakeholders know when they have their say to any process. And then the third one is that we are in a very small community. You know, home municipality has only 9,000 inhabitants, and the neighboring city of Rauma has 40,000. So we have 50,000 people approximately around us, and that's so small community that during 40 years, someone from every family has worked in Olkiluoto, and everybody knows somebody who has worked in Olkiluoto. And our employees are our most important ambassadors, because if they go home from their workplace and tell that everything is taken care of well and there is nothing to worry about, then we have a social license to act. And this is what has happened. Of course, we are significant employer. We pay a lot of taxes, or the municipality thinks not that lot, but we think it's a lot. Anyway, we are significant taxpayer there, and also have been acting reliably. Our reactors have been in the top 5 of the world in availability terms for 40 years. So we are very proud to say that we do have a solution for the final disposal of spent fuel, and in that way we have solved the last big question in producing carbon-free nuclear energy. Mr. Mariano Grossi visited us in the COVID time, as you see, and we have assumed his sentence that Posiva's Onkalo is a game changer of nuclear industry. And he's using that term quite a lot in his speeches. Very shortly about Posiva Solutions' capabilities to support the client by Posiva's expertise is that we are offering a holistic approach to any DGR project. And I don't go through these boxes, but I just point out the most difficult boxes here. The rest are more or less technical and scientific boxes. But public acceptance, stakeholder engagement is the most important thing. And we are working in approximately 15 countries at the moment, including Korea, to provide them with information of what we have done wrong and what could have we done better, and well, let's say lessons learned is probably the most important thing we can provide. So thank you for the opportunity to present this short overview of the Finnish project. Later I'm happy to answer to any questions you might have.
Thank you for your inspirational message. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause. Thank you. 네, 저도 보도를 통해서 온칼로에 대한 내용을 접하고 관심이 많이 갔었는데요. 오늘 직접 돈비카포
Well, I listened to the presentation and I learned so much about the Posiva. I was mesmerized by your presentation. And within just 2 or 3 years, you will be able to operate the facility. So I'm looking forward to seeing how it's gonna make out. And you talked about the public acceptance, and it was very interesting to hear that everyone is important stakeholder, and that's what we, Korea, have to think about as well. Thank you so much for your presentation. And let's move on to the next presentation.
IAEA의
Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Teflon Mayer, the team leader of IAEA,
leader of IAEA, to deliver his keynote address, and he will be participating online. Mr. Mayer, can you hear me?
Yes,
Oh,
I can hear you.
All right.
Good morning and good afternoon to Korea. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him, Mr. Stefan Mayer, with a big round of applause.
Thank you, that is very kind. Respected Mr. Vice Minister of MOTI and respected Mr. CEO of CORAD, dear ladies and gentlemen of this conference, it's my great pleasure and honor to have this opportunity to contribute to this 8th International SaRaM Symposium. Of course, I would very much prefer to be present personally in beautiful Gyeongju of Korea, and I'm very sad it was not possible this time. And I all the more appreciate that you give me the opportunity to join online. And at this stage, I would also like to thank the excellent support and excellent preparation I had from your technical staff to make this possible. So thank you for allowing this contribution. The topic of this conference and also the topic of my presentation could not be more timely and more relevant. They are central to address a key issue with nuclear, the safe long-term management of high-level waste. This is a topic and an issue that has been discussed for a long term, that has been also a topic of criticism against nuclear for a long term, and I think the last years or the last decade have very clearly shown that with a sustained, systematic, careful and professional work, the global community has clearly demonstrated, yes, we have solutions, and yes, we can manage high-level waste, and we can implement endpoint solution, mined geologic disposal for high-level waste. The previous speaker is maybe the best place in the world, and the other speakers you have invited will also clearly show how global community has doing this. Why is this so important? This is a key point in ensuring the continued sustainable use of nuclear. And why are we interested in this? I think everybody is aware that the COP conference is going on this week as we speak to continuously make every effort possible to reduce the global climate change and the carbon emissions as much as possible, and obviously nuclear has an important role to play. At the same time, more and more member states, nations focus on providing a well-supported, well-assured base load to their national energy mix so that they will not be confronted with any kind of concerns that they could not meet any of their energy supplies. So let me now focus on my presentation and a quick outline. I will briefly review, give an indication of the global inventory that requires deep geologic disposal, a brief indication of the global progress towards implementing deep geologic disposal, and then give you an indication of the type of guidance, the type of technical guidance IEA provides for this before going into a summary. So the global need is clearly given by the use and the production of nuclear power. So as per the agency database PRIS, in the end of 21, you see the global generation of electricity through nuclear with 437 operational reactors in 32 countries. And implementing DGR is the internationally accepted endpoint for high-level waste or spent fuel disposal. We have a very robust scientific and technical basis to implement such solutions as a global community. And if any topic has benefited from extraordinary international collaboration, I think this development is it. And so, of course, IEA could benefit and exchange with colleagues around the world to develop some guidance on good practices. And for example, we provide a secretariat to the International Underground Research Facilities Network for Geologic Disposal. We just finished a meeting of this yesterday. And please note, my presentation goes faster than me. Please note that currently there are about 30 countries very seriously preparing to adding nuclear power to their national energy mix. So this solution that we are now, that the forerunners are preparing, mine geologic disposal, may go a very long way to support future member states who want this source of energy to, from the start, be confident that they can provide for the full back-end management and ensure this is a sustainable approach. And this aspect is very important. So what is the need quantified? Well, let's just look at the inventory. The global inventory of discharged fuel is indicated here. It progresses in a quite predictable manner year after year. Some 30% of the global spent fuel has been reprocessed. The rest is currently in storage, and we've just heard that we will have the first cold test for disposal, and we hope to witness this through Finland next year, and then prepare for the first actual disposal in just a very few short years. Irrespective if we reprocess or not, we will need mine geologic disposal, and I think other presenters will make this very clear. The good news, and I think this is often forgotten in this debate of what to do with the waste, is that the high-level waste of spent fuel is a minute fraction by volume of the overall radioactive waste, and all the other volume has tried and proven an ongoing operational solutions for disposal of low-level waste and so on. Now, of course, the high-level waste does contain almost all the activity in it. Some overview is given on the agency status and trends report, which has recently been published in a second revision, and where we launched a third update in cooperation with our colleagues from OECD, NEA, and the European Commission to maintain this global overview of what is our collective responsibility. Now, illustrating the advances, I think 4 of the 5 member states illustrated here will present, so I will not repeat what they already will say much better than me, except maybe Canada. I believe Canada is not presenting here, and I believe also you're all aware Canada established its very own adaptive waste management process and started working with volunteer communities, and then through an iterative approach, as everyone else, with their very own way of interacting between the volunteer interactions from local communities and the preliminary safety assessments of potential sites. Canada NWMO is currently working with 2 finalist sites and currently envisions to identifying their preferred site for future DGR for the Candu spent fuel sometime in 2024. For the rest, let me just say, when in the past year, sometimes one could think, well, nothing happens year after year because it is a very long-term project, so it doesn't necessarily have breaking news every year. Well, right now, in the last few years, we're almost breathless to keep up to date with all the very important milestones that are met in Finland, in Sweden, in Switzerland, France, but also in many others, because it's not correct to only focus on these 5 most advanced countries, most close to siting, licensing, or even cold commissioning of their disposal facility. There are many others, for example, from Japan, Germany, UK, others who have a very robust national knowledge and to have the resources, they have experience how to implement, and there are different national approaches progressing with siting of DGR. So we have a really broad international expertise which we can share to provide guidance on how other member states could progress. And there's still, of course, many member states who are either what we call an emerging DGR program, or they're aware that this is a future responsibility. Prior to launching DGR, essential things to ensure that there will be a safe management route and a safe endpoint is always maintain a very robust national inventory, including the characterization of the high-level waste. It is possible to characterize early on, and it is essential to characterize because later on this is a central component of our assessments. In the meantime, obviously provide the adequate storage capacity, and I believe Korea had put a lot of attention to this in recent years, so that there is safe storage until such time as the disposal capacity is made available. Throughout this storage duration, continuously ensure that the waste properties remain compatible with future disposal acceptance criteria, and develop a clear national framework on what will be the future plans on how to start implementing the future DGR program. I was very happy to hear that in Korea now there is again a clear framework and a plan to launch this, and it will be fascinating to hear more about that. And of course, nothing works with some resources, so it's essential from the beginning, even before the program starts, to ensure that adequate resources, which requires, it's financial, of course, but it's also infrastructure and competence, capacity of people who can do this work, that these are available. And I think this is maybe the most important part. My dear colleague Mika already mentioned the visit of our DG, who really said seeing progress in DGR in Finland and in other countries is this critical enabler to ensure sustained use of low carbon electricity, and these things are well known. So it is no wonder, I think, that the IEA focuses a lot on collecting international experience to provide some basic guidance, basic technical guidance for emerging initial stage programs, but also for more advanced programs to have a reference to compare what they're doing with what the international community is doing. And here are some of the things that were recently published. I already mentioned the overview of inventories, which are the object of our responsibility. We published a document on design principles and concepts. Now, this is for all types of disposal, so it also includes an introduction to design principles for mine geologic disposal of high-level waste. We established a method to estimate the cost of an entire disposal program, illustrated by many examples of the main cost drivers in different national programs, and also we presented the typical approaches to provide for funding then of these long-term DGR programs. And this is because, well, in any emerging program, one of the first questions that the people in charge at the national level ask is, well, how much do we need to provide? How much is this going to cost? And is that reasonable? Then many of our member states do not have such a large program as most represented in your international conference. So we also had to explore a little bit what this might look like if you only have to dispose for small inventories. And of course, the societal aspects are essential, and we managed to collect some of the international experience with addressing stakeholder engagement issues associated with siting deep geologic disposal. And here are things that are now being ready for publication. We finalized a document presenting a roadmap on how to implement the mine deep geologic disposal program. We collected a compendium of all the R&D conducted in underground research facilities around the world, and we have provided a overall guidance on how to manage the site investigation. So these things are currently in publication process, so please check on the IEA preprint repository. You won't find any of them there as yet, but I hope at least 2 out of the 3 will be available in the preprint before this year is over. And now, I don't know if my very dear and very respected colleague, Dr. Harryong Yong, is in the audience, so it's not to embarrass you, but to acknowledge your contribution, because it was Harryong, as he was delegated from CORA to work at IEA, who developed these 3 very important documents. And I would like also to express here my very sincere thanks and appreciation to CORAD CEO and President Cha for allowing this, making this possible. This was a huge contribution for the international community, but it also illustrates that within CORAD and within Korea itself, there is world-leading competence and expertise available to implement the national mine geologic disposal. I can only wish you best of success with doing this. So now let me just quickly go over the content of these, and I don't have enough time to do any details, so I will be brief on the roadmap. So we have discussed with member states, and we agreed that really a geologic disposal is not complicated. It goes through a sequence of phases through the full life cycle. From the moment there is a national framework and a decision in place, start with this work. And then, of course, at some time later, there's a national decision, well, start with the siting process. Note there is work in between these two. You can't start a siting process without having very clear plan, without having prior agreements and so on. And then on the other axis of this matrix, you can break down the DGR program into some main components: the overall management, the stakeholder involvement, R&D, all the developments we have to do, and so on. And of course, this can be further broken down. Now, there is 100 ways to do this. We discussed through many meetings with many colleagues, and so this is one way that we can illustrate. And for the leaders of these programs, the program governance is really do all this to have the information and the strong technical, scientific, and safety basis to inform the next decision and to inform what would be the best process to then go into the next stage. For example, the next stage might be siting. Good. Now, so I will emphasize a little bit URFs, and we have that separate document, the URF compendium, and also emphasize siting, where we have that separate document on how to manage site investigation. So the URFs, well, the URF activities serve many purposes, very important purposes to support a DGR program. I do not think I need to go into these, but in addition to all the site characterization, the scientific and technical development, the optimization demonstration, do not forget it's a great place for training and professional development. It's an outstanding place to do the stakeholder outreach. Any stakeholder that visits a URF will come back and will have a changed perspective. They say, now I understand what it means, mine geologic disposal, and all my colleagues around the world attest to this time and time again. And finally, it's a prime place to support international cooperation. Now, do you need a national URF? Well, most of this can be achieved through international cooperation, at least for some earlier stages of the national DGR program. And I think it's very important. We are aware there are many URFs around the world, and most are open for excellent cooperation. So sharing of expertise, sharing of costs, sharing of results, optimization, even advanced DGR programs can benefit from such sharing and international cooperation. To provide a basis of what we know and what we need, well, the first documented URF was the pre-salt vault in the US. It focused its R&D on exploring if liquid high-level waste injection is a good idea. Well, very early on already it was decided this is not a recommended approach. Solidified waste is needed. And since then, we have 60 plus years of R&D from over 15 major national programs, which provide us a gigantic knowledge basis, an excellent base to start our work today and in the future. And now I go on into managing site investigations. This is another document we publish. Site investigations and site characterization provide many different the basis for key aspects like the safety assessment, safety case. They support the design and engineering and also the environmental impact assessments. And here, this guidance presents the technologies and approaches commonly used for site characterization, but it also presents the management of site investigation in a requirements-driven approach. And just to illustrate this, there's a requirements chain which integrates undertaking site investigations in a continuous iterative loop with gap analysis, what more do we need? And so what more site investigation is needed? Obviously, this evolves from early stage through site screening, site selection, over the later stage to presenting the basis for the safety case, and then even further to present the construction and the optimization of a DGR. Recent updates can also be found in two recent conferences hosted by IEA. In 2019, there was a conference on spent fuel management, and in 2021, the International Conference on Radioactive Waste Management. You see here links that I believe are provided through this conference as well, where all the presentations can be accessed, and I think there you can see directly our colleagues from around the world presenting their most recent advances and results by way of sharing where the world is at. I think it's doing very well. And this brings me to my summary. So the recent decade has seen tremendous progress towards implementing disposal. 5 programs see trial operations between 23, and that would be Finland, and sometime in the 2030s, which is the envisioned dates for the other programs that we'll also present during this conference. There is a much larger, very robust basis from many other programs that can support all those other member states who are still working on emerging DGR programs. At the IEA, we do our best to collect the most timely and most relevant guidance on good practices on this. We can look back on 60 years of international cooperation, and I think this highlights the great importance of maintaining this open and cooperative spirit to continue supporting the world in implementing mined geologic disposal. There's a simple idea. If one succeeds, it helps all. It gives all a positive impact. If one has a, let's say, significant setback, it may raise questions in all the other programs. We all benefit from supporting each other and continuing in this positive direction. And so on IEA guidance, we will now start with other timely projects, such as addressing how to use site selection criteria in the siting process, and such as addressing how to plan the R&D program so it's well suited at the current stage of the DGR program. And these are future topics we will engage with the international community. But prior to launching the DGR program, as I had already mentioned, these are 5 very important recommendations. Even if there is no siting ongoing, make sure that you know what your inventory is, that it can be safely stored, that it keeps properties suitable for future disposal, and that at the national level there is a framework and there are adequate resources that the future disposal can be implemented. And with this again, I'd like to very much thank the organizer for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this 8th SaRaM Symposium, and I'd like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, please give him. 정말 잘 들어봤습니다.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. And you talked about what IAEA is doing. And many people, especially the public, are scared of the high-level waste. And since the IAEA is prepared to provide the guidances, and then different programs can get support from this IAEA programs, and based on the international cooperation, we can go into a better direction. So I think this symposium was very important. We'll move on to the next keynote speech.
님께서 준비를 해 주셨습니다. I would like to invite Mr. Martin Brandweff, Director of OECD NEA, for his keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
First of all, First of all, thank you very much for this kind introduction and the opportunity to be here today. It's certainly a tremendous honor for me. As you might know, our Director General, Mr. Magwood, and also my Head of Division, Rebecca Tedeze, are at the moment in Canada, addressing a very important aspect of how waste impacts the new developments in SMRs, so small modular reactors, but also in advanced reactors. So for me, certainly, it's a deep honor to be representing these two persons that have decades of experience within this domain. I'm still about to add an S to my decade, but in any case, I will try to do as best as I can to fill the big shoes that I've been asked to do here. With that opening, I would like to very much thank Mr. Song Su Chao and the colleagues for tremendous efforts in preparation. It has been really easy going coming here and having not only best weather, but also really clear and also structured opening. I welcome very much the way that you are promoting the basis of our society, nuclear society, of engaging with the youth and giving them the place that they deserve, because they will be our future in this topic. Sorry. I also want to thank also Mr. Ilion Park, the Vice Minister, and the really selected speakers that I had the opportunity to engage closer yesterday and today. It's really an honor for me, and look forward to the next 2 days. So with that, I would like to give you a short an overview of the activities that OECD NEA is addressing. Certainly the opening speeches and the contributions shown by Mika already underline, as Dr. Meyer was saying, that these technologies are now state-of-the-art. They are coming to a maturity that show feasibility. It really supports the further development and strengthen the discussions that are happening at the moment. As you all know, nuclear is coming back to focus, but to provide sustainability of nuclear energy, certainly the life cycle of not only the fuel, but also of the plants is vital. So having in mind decommissioning, resolving the disposal of the waste, and the waste as itself is key to that. And adding to that is really also the part of the activities that we're doing at the moment. So just a brief overview of who we actually are, to name some numbers as has been named before me. We are actually a small group of people. We are about 130 people working at the NEA, and we are representing 34 member countries, which basically bring together at least the most mature nuclear fleets. And in that context, we address the whole fuel cycle from production towards the disposal, operation, safety, and all the aspects related to that within 8 standing technical committees and working groups and so on. So a lot of things happening. It's basically, although I've been there over 3 years now, it's always interesting to find out what else we are doing. And it's been certainly not becoming less boring in the last few months and years. So to give you a quick overview of these 8 standing technical committees, the opening picture that I had gives you an impression of what these meetings look like. They are very formal. They bring in really representatives from the countries, and we have discussions on many topics, as might be able to read once you get the slide on the different committees that we have. The division that I work in is focusing on the back end, so we are dealing with the radioactive waste management as well as decommissioning. And certainly within these domains, we have been adopting a very holistic approach towards looking at all the factors that influence these. So coming from environmental over social factors, the regulations, the safety, economics, and knowledge management. So just to name a few of them, because really the picture is very complex and needs to be addressed all of these aspects. From the Radioactive Waste Management Committee that I had the honor of supporting for a couple of months, there is a statement out there that illustrates this holistic approach. As you know, all our documents are free of charge from the internet, so I have included a link here that illustrates the holistic approach in taking into account all these factors when you look at the radioactive waste management. And with that, I would like to structure my presentation around this slide, which basically illustrates a little bit the challenges that we identified in the back end and the activities that we have been developing to support these. So starting from the left, strengthening international collaboration, as my colleague Dr. Meyer was already saying, together with IEA, we have been really promoting here the international collaboration through a high-level waste international roundtable that I will introduce, and following that, a few other activities that I would like to walk you through. So starting with the first one, this is a topic that started in 2019, together with the G20 ministerial meeting on energy transition and global environmental for sustainable growth. There was a discussion there to implement the high-level waste, and there was a press conference on that, and following that, METI from Japan and also the DOE from the US initiated an activity around having a high-level international roundtable to address as stated, a few aspects to support the international development in this area. So from one perspective, it was to strengthen the collaboration for the advanced high-level waste and spent fuel disposal, as well as strengthening the role of the government in facilitating cooperation. Beyond that, the international cooperation on sharing knowledge, experience, and enhancing public confidence, as well as the international efforts to strengthen technological capabilities and development and implementation of high-level waste and spent fuel disposal. I know that this slide is quite packed, but some of the things that were identified throughout the two meetings that were held in collaboration with 15 countries participating in this development is that the role of the government is quite substantial, and not only in driving the national policy, but also the legal framework, the regulations for nuclear safety and security, but also to promote the communication and engagement with stakeholders, which is the key essence for supporting this kind of developments. So the active role of building but also maintaining the interactions with the public and local communities is vital. As everybody knows, it's quite a sensible topic and is very hard to drive it without political support. To foster the international cooperation for the development of DGRs, I mean, we are quite mature in the developments, but to foster further the international cooperations, and I congratulate again to having these kind of forums for exchange are very important because at the end of the day we are one community, and these topics influence each other and supporting each other. We are only a few people in the context to really address a huge challenge worldwide, and then closing ranks and increasing the cooperation is very vital. The active role of the stakeholders, which is already stated in the first bullet points, is quite important throughout the stakeholders within the domain, but also when looking towards the public engagement, as well as the stepwise and adaptive and fully transparent decision-making process that is needed to achieve the results. A few things that already been stated before, that we are seeing the maturity of the programs, and certainly this is very encouraging now towards also supporting countries that are further embarking. As Dr. Maya showed, there are many countries that are already addressing this topic quite significantly, so certainly that is an important aspect. One topic that really also came out of these discussions, not only the importance, as Dr. Maya was stating, around the underground research facilities, that what they represent, that was very clearly stated, but also the importance of maturing programs now going towards the implementation and operation of these sites, where the URLs become, let's say, less important in a national context, but the opportunity to maintaining these and allowing to share and also make use for countries that are embarking and are not, let's say, that advanced at this moment is really one of the essences that was discussed here, to allow these kind of existing facilities for further usage of, although on a national viewpoint, these are already not necessary, but internationally vital for the development. And certainly a few opportunities that were found around using now more the abilities of modern technologies, especially big data and data mining or deep learning opportunities that are out there that could support the dissemination of knowledge, not only the creation of knowledge, so connecting data and from there on basically developing knowledge and disseminating it throughout the countries internationally. These are certainly opportunities that the NEA is already looking at in collaboration with other international agencies. Also the usage of more autonomous or, let's say, automatic systems and robotics are things that have been identified and are also being addressed. I have a slide later on towards these, as well as the optimization of the design of the repository during the construction and operational phases. So from all these discussions, there's a public paper that can be downloaded at the link below. In a nutshell, basically it provides a stepwise and adaptive and fully transparent decision-making process, and provides also the very key essence that is the youth, younger stakeholder engagement in the decision-making process. As we all know, our let's say clock in nuclear goes very slow. And certainly decisions that are made today, we hope to be able to see implementations, or at least some aspects at the end of our generation. So in that context, always this young engagement is quite important. The benefits of long-term to the host community, I think we don't need to repeat that. But also the communication and the dialogue with the wide range of scientists and experts, which is vital, as pointed out. And as I mentioned, the importance of making use of the facilities that exist before closing them based on a national policy perspective. Moving on to another topic, I think that is very prominent from the colleagues of IEA, peer reviews and so on. We have been also supporting our member countries with a very focused approach. I was happy to see that some of the people that have been engaged with these this year are here. So from a peer review perspective that the NEA is supporting, it's not to make a formal approval or disapproval of national programs. So the differentiation here is to support the ongoing development that is happening in a country and making independent but also self-assessed review and contribution towards supporting the development of certain national programs or part of that. So with that, we had one experience this year that was just concluded a couple of weeks ago in Japan, where there was a peer review of the pre-siting that is ongoing there. So we had a selective team of people, independent people, that have not been involved in the program before. Some of the faces you will recognize definitely. So the independent international review team was in Japan for a week to analyze and check the pre-siting that is happening there. And in that context, a few support proposals and findings have been made from this team towards NUMO at this review that is showing that the stepwise development of the safety case, which is very much in line with international good practices, and the current safety case is mature for the phase of where the program is. In the next bullet point, you will see that also from the findings of this international team, the approach to the implementation of the GGR in Japan has been shown feasible. However, the implementation will still require many studies and safety evaluations. And NUMO has been able to demonstrate its capacity to fulfill such a mission. So I was very happy to see, and I know from my colleagues it was a very good experience, not only from the participants from this international team, but also from NUMO. It was quite welcomed. I know Mr. Kako is here, and I hope he can echo this. So moving into another one, I just want to very quickly mention that the NEA has been having quite a strong emphasis on the safety case approach, and there is a group that was founded in the 1990s around the clay. And from there on, there is a 20 years history of around the safety case group. It's a working party that is supporting the international development and work in these areas for emerging issues and trends, and also to share good practices. And based on that, not only the focus on clay is given, but also on salt and most recently in 2017 on crystal rock formations. So basically with that, a good cooperation here is provided. And to summarize a little bit the findings and the activities that this group was having over the last 20 years, there is a brochure that is available for download on the webpage. Another one that I personally was also able to participate, it was a huge honor, but I see many of the faces I met back then, was our sixth already international conference on geological repositories. It was held in Finland, in Helsinki this year. Certainly after a long period of COVID, it was our very first biggest event that the NEA carried out. I know it was quite a challenging event given the number of participants and given that we were basically after so long time putting together such a conference, but with the help of the Finnish colleagues and the NEA colleagues that went to Finland, it was a huge success. And within a week, we really had very dedicated presentations as similar to as you will see here today and tomorrow, but also from very different countries where they are with their national geological disposal projects, and this from very advanced and mature countries, but also ones that are in between, and also a few that were at the very early stages. So really covering the whole facet of the maturity of the programs. Beyond that, I think that goes without saying, the demonstration of the technical reliability. I think we touched on this several times today, but as a cornerstone of that, really building and maintaining the human capacity was one of the focus of this conference. Bringing in also a lot of young generations. So as it was shown today, we were really in each session having young professionals participating, providing their perspective and their insights, and participating in the discussions. I think that is a very important component that we have been approaching quite strongly in the recent years. And the last one, also extremely important, is to maintaining trust. It has been mentioned several times. And I will have a couple of slides on the activities that we have on that. That is also regarding the communication of uncertainties and risk and so on. And I know my colleague that was running this project is working very hard to have a publication out still this year of the findings of this conference. The last one I want to just mention in this first part is a work that was done in a safety case approach from various radioactive waste disposal facilities. So not only looking at high-level waste, but also the other opportunities. So how to take from various concepts and seeing the benefits that could be approached to other aspects. As you know, we are proceeding very strongly in the deep geological repositories, but also what can be taken from these good developments for other waste disposal sites. So this just happened also, I would say weeks, because I feel like weeks, but already months ago. And the colleagues with the 74 participants were able to develop an attempt to an overall methodology. So based on the presentations and the inputs that were provided to the requirements, the design, implementation, analysis of these disposal sites. So all of that, the findings will be taken into account into a publication, hopefully next year. And also bringing again the topic of knowledge management and competency building to the focus. The last two, I was going to say pillars, but the last two shafts are regarding the optimization. They are a little shorter, so I hope I'm still on time for the contribution that we've foreseen here. So one part that I think is really important, and we have a working party towards, is addressing information, data, and knowledge management. I think it's obvious that there is a lot of data out there. You're just thinking of characterization, how much data you can produce. But the question is, what do you do with all that data? And then there is a lot of information out there, papers and videos and everything that you have. And that is a lot of information out there, but how do you use that information and quantify it into knowledge and that aspect? So just to give you in a nutshell, is one of the things that this group is looking at. So we call it the IDKM. So as it says, the Working Party for Information, Data, Knowledge and Management, composed by 37 delegates from 12 countries, and they have developed a roadmap that is published already. And to organize better their work, they have identified 4 expert groups that have been put in place last year to address the individual parts that are part of that roadmap and to provide the implementation that is quite important towards progressing in this area. So very active and very challenging work, and if you are interested, I welcome you to look at the webpage for more information. The other aspect that was also mentioned in the very beginning is robotics and remote systems. And given that this topic is not extremely new, but certainly with international developments, it's quite important that we put in place a group that is now operational since 2019 towards addressing robotics and remote systems in the back end. But certainly, as you might know, our boundary conditions are so severe that it actually, once you have robotics and remote systems in these areas, you can apply them throughout the life cycle, as seen. And this group had the honor and the challenge to drive their work during COVID times. And although it was very challenging to really get international cooperation going within these COVID times, they submitted a report last year with about 200 pages that is in publication right now. Hopefully it's going to be out still in the next few weeks. And it's addressing the current status, so what exists in robotics and remote systems. So from a perspective of what is the literature out there, what are the main vendors and technologies that exist. Then we had an approach on the barriers and impediments around these robotics and remote systems, so what is hindering the implementation, but also what is benefiting and supporting it. And we had a preliminary look into cost-benefit analysis. So when does it make sense to implement these systems? Certainly the boundary conditions need to be quite favorable, and that's not always the case. But there are a couple of case studies in this report that show that with very low complexity, you can already achieve a lot with automation. But there is a lot of room still for improvement, and their mandate was just extended. And now we are looking towards driving further the first part of the work, which was status, so towards providing a benchmarking capability, international one, but also increasing the communication with regulators, as well as really deepening the cost-benefit analysis for these technologies. As a youth component, it has been mentioned several times. I think that is really crucial, and NEA has been really pushing towards bringing in youth into our programs, but also supporting international collaborations. I just want to mention very quickly the NEST program that we have is the Nuclear Education Skills and Technology program. It has 7 projects that are in place at the moment from the back end. Mainly the one regarding graphite waste management, but also robotics as well as characterization are the ones to be mentioned. And it's basically built up by cooperation partners that exchange young professionals and provide their research facilities towards internship and fellows to be exchanged. So especially to the young people in the audience, I encourage you to have a look at this program because every year there is a selection of people that can participate as long as they are part of the participating organizations. Just on the last pillar, which is around the increase of confidence and understanding, I want to mention very quickly the Forum for Stakeholder Confidence that is already existing now for almost 20 years. Just in a nutshell, the group was basically created to address address the confidence by applying social scientific approach to the radioactive waste management. And within their 20 years of work, they have been quite successful, especially in the last few let's say 10 years, where they are really with social scientists developing ways of communication to increase the ways of transporting information. It's been stated very quickly today that basically we as a community, we are the main voice of our technology. Mika said it, when people that are working in nuclear field are also spreading the word of what nuclear means is basically the best and most reliable source. But certainly that communication is not as easy as it goes. My German background has shown that. Certainly in Germany, saying that I work in nuclear is not always the best introduction to do. But if you break the ice by saying, well, we can turn off the light and see if I glow in the dark. So apart from my radiation of being a very open person, there is nothing that basically makes me different from other people. And how to communicate and how to engage with the community is really vital. So there are a couple of publications that this group has been brought out, but as many of our groups, they are open for further participation. And encourage you to do so, given that the subject is not as easy as it sounds. And this is, I think, the last one that I want to mention, bringing together not only the discussions with the public, but also the discussions between the stakeholders, especially implementers and regulators, has been one of the activities regarding the Deep Geological Repository that was driven quite strong in the last 2-3 years. Also a group that was having some issues given the COVID situation. As you know, international cooperation on little screens is far more difficult than when we meet in person and so on. But this group is now has now brought together a report that will be published next year about how to structure the effective dialogues between regulators and implementers. And the challenges that are given with that, of course, the regulator needs to be always independent, but how to drive that further without putting that into question. So at the same time, it's bringing them together, but keeping the separation towards the clear roles that they play. And given the success, at least as we're seeing it for the moment, there is a view that this group will continue their work starting next year to establish a generic roadmap towards licensing and how to structure regulators and implementers dialogue without compromising their independency, because that is really a key aspect in that regard. I hope with that I was able to not bore you to death, but walk you a little bit through of all the activities that are ongoing, and certainly it's not everything. As I said, it's really astonishing of what is going on at the moment. Certainly the times after COVID have spiked, and our current boundary conditions towards nuclear have spiked a lot of the activities. It's been hard to keep up, but it's always good to have a challenge, and so I thank you very much again the opportunity to inviting me here, and thank you very much for your attention, and look forward also to discussions this afternoon. And I hope I will not embarrass myself, but I will try it to say 감사합니다.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Martin Buendue, for your inspirational message. 네, OECD NEA의 역할 활동에 대해서 소개를 해주셨는데요.
So he just introduced to us the roles and activities conducted by NEA, and especially when he said that we are under the same community. So when we just strengthen our collaboration, we'll be able to find a solution towards the challenges. That was quite insightful, and also he also encouraged us to make sure that younger stakeholders should take part in the decision-making process. So it's very important to have the young generations being involved in our programs. And what is quite meaningful is that the next session day is going to be followed by the keynote addresses is our talks with the future generation. So thank you to the keynote speakers, and we would like to take a 20 minutes of break, and then we will convene again for the next session. So we are going to have a talk consult together with next generations based on the topic of a sustainable high-level waste management plan.
So ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to meet all of our guests in 20 minutes. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the second part of the 8th SaRaM. Will begin shortly. Please wrap up your conversations, find your seats, and turn your attention to the stage. Thank you for your cooperation. 네, 여러분 안녕하십니까? 제8차 방사성폐기물
Ladies and gentlemen, again, I'd like to invite you to the 8th International Symposium on Safety Improvement and Stakeholder Confidence in Radioactive Waste Management. Now, I'd like to have a discussion session together with the future generation of our society. We're going to have a full 60-minute discussion. And it's a second part of today's symposium based on the theme of sustainable high-level waste management plan.
예, 오늘 대학생 여러분들이
So we have future generations together with us, and we also have expertise who are now sitting on the podium. So from now on, we will start the talk concert together with the future generation. So even though you do not consider yourself as a future generation, still you are more than welcome to join this talk concert. Good afternoon. I am a student at KEPCO International Nuclear Graduate School. Let me also introduce myself. I'm also at the KEPCO International Nuclear Graduate School. I have a question to Minister Nishikaku from a NUMO. So I would like to, with respect to the rad waste management projects, I wonder how the general public takes part in the management programs, and if so, in what kinds of methods do they take part in the management projects?
방금 질문한 거 통역을 해주셔야 되는데.
Okay. I'm not fully sure. Are you asking the people participating in the radioactive waste management project, how are they participating? Is that the question you're asking?
네, 방패물
Yes, indeed. So I'm wondering how the general public take part in the waste management project in your country.
much for your question. We have several ways that we have public involved in the radioactive waste project. The first thing is, of course, we have a nationwide symposium and also the public meeting. So far, we have done more than 150 times all over Japan. And the second one is there are stakeholder interest group who want to study the radioactive waste disposal. And we provide support for them financially and also sending lecturers for lecture. We also take them to Japanese URLs and also reprocessing plants and nuclear power plants. And about 3 years ago, we took some of the selected stakeholder group. We took them to Finland and Sweden to interact with the municipality people and also the local public and also the school teachers and so on. That's the second one. And we also have a public creation vehicle, and that vehicle go around Japan almost every weekend, and it try to interact with general public, mainly the young generation. And we have some more, but maybe I have a presentation tomorrow, so maybe you will see what activity we are doing to get the general public involved in the radioactive waste disposal. Thank you.
네, 답변이 충분했나요?
So did it answer your question? Yes. Thank you. So can we move on to the next question? Hello. I am a student at King's. I have a question to Mr. Magnus from Sweden. I am on this research project, and I was studying about the encapsulated plant discussion. I checked that you are implementing various research, and I was wondering how you utilize that research, and is it possible for private companies to use that research result? Mr. Magnus?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. It's a very good one. Generally, all SKB's R&D is published and can be found on SKB's website. Some of the technical aspects, some of the technical developments are not published for various reasons. And the published ones are open to anyone, and there is also a program in SKB, an added value program between SKB and the communities and the two host communities to look for developments that can be spin-offs, that can be utilized as new energy industries or companies in the two host communities or elsewhere for that matter. So I'm not sure that I responded to your question, but some of the technical aspects, especially when it comes to welding and canister development, is not published as it is.
네, 충분한 답변이 됐을까요?
If so,
So if some technical aspect is not published, then we cannot use it, right? But if we want to utilize that technology, can we ask the SKB for help?
Certainly. Come to SKB and we'll see what we can do. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you.
네, 적극적으로.
thank you. If you seek help in a very active manner, that might be of great help. So let's move on to the next one. So do you have any further questions? Even though you are not a graduate school student or undergraduate school student, you are always welcome to ask questions. Good afternoon. I'm a graduate school student at CAPCO International Nuclear Graduate School, Kings, and I have a question to the managing director of a Perceiver, Mr. Mika. And my question goes like this. So regarding the organizations involved in the waste management, do they have peer activities, and in which channels do they communicate their their outcomes?
Now it's open. Could I have a...
So do organizations related to waste management disclose or promote its business outcomes? And if yes, then what channels do you utilize to disclose or promote your business outcomes?
I hope that it's right interpretation. So it's largely like in SKB. SKB, you can, if you think about research results, you can find on our website 2,300 reports of different topics. So this is how we share the research and development results. And of course, we publish a lot of information in social media, but that is, of course, not that deep level information than research reports. I hope this got somewhere near to your question.
네, 답변이 괜찮을까요? 네, SKB 웹사이트를 좀 주로 활용을 하시면.
So please do visit the SKB website, and also I am on the Instagram following the Perceiver. So sometimes I do get some updated news from Perceiver via the Instagram, just for your reference.
I'll move on to the next question. Do we have anyone who would like to ask questions?
I want to ask you all guys, is there a national program to train radioactive waste management expert for young generation in your country?
The universities supply the basis, but there is no dedicated waste management program or in any university. So the training for SKB staff is done inside SKB with SKB.
네, 답변이.
I hope this satisfies the question.
Geologists, you get engineers, whatever nature science representatives, even economists. So we have very, very diverse educational background within our staff. And then when they come to the company, they have of course learned something about nuclear waste management in the university, but it's in the work where the training and development happens.
네, 충분히 답변이 됐을까요? 네.
Did it answer your question? Yes, you are the winner of the award. Once again, congratulations on winning of the award. And as Mr. Martin said, well, we need a lot of youth participants, and next generation will play a huge role in the industry. Thank you.
Kenneth Saku, your turn.
Yes, thank you. In Japan, we have several trials. I mean, it's not the entire national level, but to train the professional for radioactive waste disposal, we have 5 main organizations in Japan, including NUMO and also the research organizations. And we organize the training course once a year. And the young professional can participate. Also, some of the selected students can also participate in the training course. And every year we think about what's the good topic is, and we discuss and we organize them. And so far, I think we have done 3 times, 3 years, and we will continue with that. And also, we have Society of Atomic Energy, and every year, actually twice a year, they organize the nationwide meeting. And in that meeting, we organize a special session for radioactive waste disposal. And especially we focus on the young people to encourage studying radioactive waste disposal. And there might be some more, but that's what I can say now. And one more thing. It's not NUMO, but one of the research organizations, RWMC, is now developing the studying material for the young professional to learn about the geological disposal. And this will be completed, hopefully, this fiscal year. Fiscal year means March next year. And that will be used to train the young professional. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the answer. And do we have more questions?
Nice talk concert. I'm Byung-gun Kim, who is a doctoral student studying the radioactive waste management post-South Korea. I'd like to ask to all you guys, how do you recruit the outstanding individual and engineers? Thank you.
I'll start. SKB participates at all universities.
네, 스웨덴에서 굉장히 많은 다양한 대회에서는요, 여러 가지 활동을 저희가 진행을 하고
and work opportunities to the students at an early stage in their education. So SKB participates in that all the time. We also finance his PhD students, and we look for the best employees around the world these days to find the ones that we really need, because this is an area where there are not that many knowledgeable people today. So I think this is an area of the future where you can work for a long time, and there will always be a job, a very interesting job. So I encourage all the young people. I'm very happy to see so many young people here today to really get into this area, because it's developing and it will be very interesting in the future. Thank you.
At NUMO, we hire the new employees straight from the university every year. And it depends on the year, but unfortunately this year we couldn't get anybody in the technical department. But last year we had 6 or 7 new employees. And many of them are actually from the professor's laboratory who actually study or research the radioactive waste disposal. And we have a good connection with professors, and we encourage the professors to send some stuff to NUMO. And also, that's the new employees straight from the university. But also, we hire experienced people. Myself is actually enter NUMO when I was late 40s. And for that, we are always trying to recruit the people who has experienced. And we have interviews and some kind of test, and if the person is good for NUMO, and we will hire them. Every year we hire, on average, maybe 2-3 experienced people. That's how we try to recruit people. Thank you.
from Posiva side, I could add on that we do have all our open vacancies in social media. So we hire mainly through LinkedIn nowadays, and of course our web pages. So there's information of open position and then the way to apply for the company, and then it goes normally like interviews and seeing if there is a match or not.
So also to complement, I still look young, but I'm starting to phase out the young generation. But there's always a question how long you are young in nuclear. But having that said, I was very strong involved in education programs for decommissioning, where there's also a lot of gaps, and there is really not much to say that there is a dedicated courses, but certainly from that area we had strong support of the e-learning technologies that IEA provides, that to complement what has been said before. But certainly area of radioactive waste management is composed of many people of different backgrounds. So whatever your background is always a possibility to enter. As it has been said, at least like I can say, this area we need a lot of people. So it doesn't matter if you're young or if you're mid-aged or wherever you are in your career. There is always opportunity, and I think beyond, I think LinkedIn is a very strong tool, but beyond that, making use of these kind of meetings, reaching out to Mika, Magnus, Ken, and the others that are here is also a good opportunity. As far as I know, they don't bite, and I think this should be an encouragement to you to talk to them, because certainly the nuclear area as itself has a lot of gap when it comes to human resource. So there is a lot of opportunity. Certainly the reason I'm sitting here today is partially because of that, because I took the opportunity and I'm trying to face the challenges, and I'm loving it, but certainly it's hard work, but there is a lot of things that I can encourage young but also intermediate professionals to come and support, because there will be work for more than your generation.
네, 아무래도 학생들이다 보니까
Since the future generation is largely composed of students, they are also quite interested in the HR processes and how these organizations to recruit talent. I think this could be a great opportunity to just PR yourself, because who never knows that you might be hired by those institutions in the future. We will go on with the next question.
Do we have any more questions? Yes, So I have a question to all the speakers. So when you recruit people, like in Korea, we have like certain type of people that company prefer. So is there any characteristic or any kind of type of people that you are looking for?
I would say shortly, no. There is no kind of a type of people or requirement. So it's depends on the need. We hire people from all educational backgrounds and all age groups, and so it is only the need and then the skills of the person in question, which if they meet, then it's okay.
Yes, thank you very much for your question. I think we are, because NUMO, we are all implementer. We are not a research organization. So we prefer the engineers or scientists who, of course, who has very deep knowledge, but also, wide range of knowledge, generalist, and with good communication skill, because, the research is important, but the challenge of the geological disposal project is public acceptance. And even if the engineers and scientists do a good job, and if they cannot explain to the public, then the public will not accept the project, and then we are stuck. So that's very important, the skill or knowledge or talent for the implementers employee. And these days, we have people from science and who studied science and engineering, but they want to enter public relations department, and they want to do science communication rather than the research. That's quite encouraging for us. And then we want to encourage them to move around within the organization. They can come to the science and technology department, and they deepen their knowledge, and they can go back to the public relation for communication. So the important thing is the technical knowledge, but as well as the communication skill. Thank you.
I can just add, I agree with both Mika and Kaku-san. SKB used to be a very, very Swedish organization, much based on the fact that our management system is in Swedish and so forth and so forth. We do report in English and publish that. But lately, we can see that there's a change. We have people from different cultures with different backgrounds, speaking different languages, but everyone needs to learn Swedish sooner or later because the management system is in Swedish, so you need to understand that. So that's I would say the definite requirements with some term, not directly, but.
Did it answer your question? Thank you so much.
질문도 받아보도록 하겠습니다.
From KEPCO International Nuclear Grad School. I have questions to Dr. Brantendauer. As far as I remember in your presentation, your background is Germany, and my question is about the public participation. As far as I know, Germany also faced a fierce disagreement to a public when it comes to building a new nuclear facility or radioactive waste management facility. So I would like to know how Germany managed that problem and then successfully running the nuclear facilities.
Thank you. It's a very good question. I will certainly answer it from a personal point of view. The public engagement has been driven quite strong in the late years. Certainly it's a major part when it comes to disposal. In that context, there is a committee that is put together from both scientific viewpoints, but also from all other viewpoints in society. So there is also people from the public that are chosen to be part of that committee. And that committee basically provides a neutral basis throughout all stakeholders. And that committee basically supports the German government towards the decisions and the implementation of the decision making. For the disposal now of the spent fuel, as you know, is something that is at the moment on the top agenda. There was a decision in 2013 where a white map was adopted. So at that time, after Gorleben has been unchosen as the final repository site for spent fuel. So from 13, there is a new roadmap towards identifying a spent fuel repository. and learning quite a lot from the experience of other countries. This is a stepwise approach, and it was presented by Dr. Meyer in his presentation that in 2020, the first phase of that approach has been finalized, basically reducing the national area into about 50% or 60% that is suitable for disposal of site. And that is not even going into details which kind of geological formation it's going to be. And in order to increase the public perception and also engagement, the results were very strongly made public last year with a strong virtual participation opportunity. I, as a private person, had participated, although I am situated near Paris. I was attending these discussions that were happening in Berlin, but also many other public people could attend these discussions. They were filled not only with presentations, but also panel discussions, and you could make questions and you could participate. They even had virtual coffee breaks where you could really engage in a virtual environment. It was very strange, but also very interesting with really the people that were writing the reports and making the decisions. So in that perspective, for me personally, that was a very nice experience, even not being able to go to Berlin and being part of this first rollout of this first development. So in that context, I can say there is public participation. It's been seen that this is a major cornerstone towards implementing it, and we will see how it will go further, given that the roadmap is quite challenging.
Thank you.
네, 또 다른 질문.
Do we have another question? It doesn't matter whether you're a future generation or not. You can consider yourself as a future generation. We have many experts today, so why don't we ask questions that you are thinking of? Yes, we have one person over there. Hello. I'm a student from King's. This is not really a deep question. So in terms of high-level waste, we need a long-term plan. And the next generation will have to lead this area. So would you like to just comment on to younger generation, just anything?
I think perhaps we already touched upon that this is, this is a business where you can engage for a long time into the future. And as we see also new developments on new reactors, we see SMRs coming more and more. There are discussions in many countries with developing SMRs, and then you need to figure out the back end for the SMRs. The light water ones are reasonably easy to understand how that will be dealt with, but the more, should I say, elaborate new reactors will produce a waste form that might be more difficult to handle in the long term. So I think this is an area to enter into, and it divides also, it touches upon many other areas. So it's a future.
Thank you for the question. Long-term plan, Korat has very nice long-term plan like that. We also have similar long-term plan, not as detailed as this one, but the reason is we don't know how many sites we will have for investigation or during the site selection, and we have now 2 sites were under investigation, and we hope we have more, and then the timing will be shifted. So it's not always easy to make a very precise plan, but we still have the process that in Japan we have 3 stages of site selection, and then the licensing process and construction and the operation, and finally the closure. For each process, we identify the requirements and so on. And for detailed R&D planning, not only NUMO, but together with the government and the R&D organization, we produce R&D plan for next 5 years. And now it's in the process, and we will publish the 5 years research plan next spring. And that we will have very detailed plan. And for the young generation, it is very, very important that young generation is involved and understand the process, because especially during the site selection process, we expect it will take about 20 years to select the site. That means the generation, maybe now teenagers or 20s, will become 30s, 40s, and even the 50s, and they will be the decision maker in the future. And possibly even the generation that was not born yet will be the decision maker in the future. So we put a lot of effort for the young generation to get involved in the project. Thank you.
Nothing much to add to the gentleman's comments. This is, as Magnus said, quite long duration business, so I don't, in fact, no other business comes into my mind where the plans are made for 100 years or 150 years. And it's also quite versatile, so you can specialize in quite many areas of life, I would say. So welcome.
Do we have another question?
Please raise your hand if you have any further questions. Good afternoon. I am a graduate school student of King's, and my question is related to the process of storing and managing the rad waste. What is the most important point, the core point that you think is important in terms of managing the rad waste? So, because as I was involved in the project for my study, we've been talking about the acceptability and economic aspects, and we have to take the right balance. So, what's your take on the balance between the acceptance of the public and the economic benefits?
The most important issue here is safety. Short-term, long-term, safety, safety, safety. All else is less important, but necessary as well. So safety long-term, safety short-term is number one.
And doing things economically doesn't mean that they are not safe. So if you think about airline industry, for example, it's a competed area. Airline manufacturers, airplane manufacturers are trying to get more and more effective airplanes or cars, if you like, but they need to do it safely. Because if their aeroplanes, like happened to one company, start to fall down from the sky, it's not good for business.
Thank you for your question. I agree that the safety is priority number one, but it doesn't mean that we can spend as much as money, we can spend as much time as we can spend. That project will probably not work. So we have to make sure that the safety is okay, but we also have to think about the optimization of the program. Economic aspect is one thing, but also the smooth implementation of the project. Quite often that the safety assessor goes very conservative judgment, and then the engineer have to fulfill that requirement. And there's an interaction between safety assessor and engineers, and also the site investigation people, and everybody goes quite conservative way, and it ended up very, very conservative design and so on. So that means we have to make sure the safety is okay, but we also have to think about the optimization of the program, and interaction between the different disciplines is quite important aspect. Thank you.
If I may compliment, yeah. I mean, optimization is for the engineers under us, it's something we always try to do, but I think every engineer already faced that optimization is dependent on very many factors, and certainly safety is the top one of them, but I think within the boundary conditions that you are analyzing this, there is a lot of factors that are further influencing it. It comes to economic point of views, but it comes also for geological point of views, societal point of views. So really there is a lot of things that go into that. And I think at some point, given, let's say, our new technologies, having the opportunity to analyze complex systems that go much further in dimensions that we can actually, as human beings, capture, I think it provides us also a basis for making really optimized decisions. And not only that, but also providing transparency towards how these decisions were made and under what circumstances. So I would agree that there is a couple of factors that are very obvious, but there are others that need to be considered. And there are a lot of papers out there that mention what the factors are. And certainly there is no one shoe that fits all feet. Everybody will need to make their own decisions based on their own boundary conditions. And just to complement on that, there is a couple of studies that we're doing in international framework, and there are new technologies that can further support that.
네, 답변이 되셨나요? 예. 그리고 참고로
And tomorrow, just for your reference, we're going to have a session regarding the safety and also technology development roadmap. We also have a dedicated session for the acceptability. And then we also, the third session will be about the management of a road waste management. So if you do come again tomorrow and take part, then it will be quite useful for you as well. Let's continue with a question.
WMO experts, I would like to know your cooperation program with academia. For example, do you support research activities for PhD students like that? And if yes, how do you select for the research area? That's my question.
Yes, we do support PhD students, and the research areas are sort of born within SKB's program and then taken to the university or a technical university of some kind where it's implemented into the program. So the issue comes from SKB's program and needs to be directly of use or need for SKB.
Two types maybe. In Finland it's quite common that students are doing their master's thesis within some company, so with researching some problem which is acute or actual to that company. So this is also what we do. But maybe your question was it about this or was it about cooperation with universities or academic institutions?
My question is about how do you support PhD student or academia, just or specifically, any research activities, financial support, any like that?
Yeah, we support by giving the opportunity to this master's thesis which benefit or doctoral thesis which are beneficial for both parties, and then we of course from different institutes we are having research done which is actual for us. So we have, I think, at the moment maybe 20, 25 academic institutions doing different sizes and different topics of research for us. But that's I think that's the support that they have funding for their research.
We don't directly support the PhD students, but we have a lot of collaboration research together with the university's laboratory. And what we support is, of course, if they want to do some experiment, we provide some financial support, but also we provide some material they want to use for their experiments. For example, we are now working on the copper coating canister, or overpack in Japan. And that's the research work together with Canadian NWMO and also Nagura, Switzerland, and then UMO. And for such research, we provide some material. Actually, the experiment is doing in Canada, so we send the material to Canada and do some experiments. But that material also, we provide material to the Japanese university, and we will ask them to do some research and assessment and so on. So the financial support and also some support for the R&D activities, that's what we're doing. Thank you.
네, 답변이 충분히 됐나요?
Did it answer your question?
Switzerland maybe have some similar programming. Can you answer about that?
Yes, I can support this. The same as the other colleagues stated already. We have a very strong support of Swiss universities, and it goes, as already said before, in both directions. It should be beneficial for both sides. Of course, we are supporting financially PhDs and master projects, and on the other side, with this support, we get access to know-how, knowledge from the Swiss universities. And I think one major platform we are using to support these universities are our underground research labs, because we are running a lot of research projects in the underground research labs in Switzerland, and for this we need this this expert knowledge, which is quite often coming from the Swiss universities, supported by the professors and the students. Yeah, and apart from that, we're also running the so-called Grimsel Training Center, where we offer master courses, PhD courses, but also training for young and older professionals in the area. Does this answer your question?
Thank you, Ingo.
Thank you, Mr. Blashmit. 네, 또 질문 있으신가요?
Do we have more questions from the floor?
편안하게 가벼운 질문도 좋습니다.
If you're not touching upon any serious topics, that's also welcome. So I'd like to give a chance to the future generations to ask questions, because most of the students attending are majoring in nuclear subject. So I think it is a great opportunity to peer yourself and just get to know the professionals from overseas countries. So do you have any questions? Good afternoon. I am a student at KINCO. My name is Lee Yoon-hee. So in the case of Sweden and Japan, I believe that the spent fuel is being transported by the vehicle, by ship. So I know that safety is a very important aspect, but aside from safety, ours is an important aspect in terms of transporting the spent fuel via a ship, and also in order to increase safety or efficiency of the transport, I believe that there are some measures. For example, there are measures for optimization. For example, if for the sake of safety, you might want to just transport 10 canisters at a time, not 20. So I'd like to ask these questions to Sweden and Japan.
Yes, thank you for the question. Actually, the transportation of the spent fuel and also vitrified waste is not a responsibility of NUMO, but I can probably provide some information based on the publicly available information. What we are doing is we transport the spent fuel to France and UK, and then we ask the reprocessors there and reprocess the spent fuel and produce vitrified waste and ship it back to Japan, and we store the vitrified waste. The contract with France is already finished, but some of the spent fuel, some of the vitrified waste from UK will still be there, and some of them will be returned. And for the transportation, we have quite strict regulation in Japan, and our CREEP, this is a research organization, one of the research organizations has done quite extensive study. For example, if the ship is sink into the sea, or drop for 5 years and drop during the hoisting procedure and so on, they have done quite extensive study, and we make sure that everything is fine. And for transportation of the spent fuel and vitrified waste, we use so-called cask. That's steel container which provide radiation shielding. And the number of the spent fuel and vitrified waste we can ship depend on the size of the ship, and also how many casks they can accommodate. So we try to, not we, but they try to send as many spent fuel or vitrified waste as possible, but it's all depend on the production programs and so on. So they try to send as much as they can, but for example, we have quite a few nuclear power plants in Japan, and if we send spent fuel only from one nuclear power plant, there won't be so many. So several nuclear power plants will ship the spent fuel together to UK and so on. That's what we're doing. But in general, we try to optimize, but there is a limit that we can transport because the ship has already established there. But for the future, if we want to ship the vitrified waste from the Rokkasho interim storage to future Japanese repository site, I don't think we have ship yet. And then we will discuss with the transporter and how many vitrified waste we want them to transport. At the moment, the assumption is twice a year from Rokkasho to repository site for the vitrified waste. And for the TRU waste, 6 times a year. That's our assumption at the moment. And every time the vitrified waste will be transported, 500 vitrified waste. And that means we accept 1,000 vitrified waste per year. It's because of our disposal planning is we try to dispose of vitrified waste 1,000 canister per year. That means approximately 5 canister per day. That's our disposal plan. So depending on that disposal plan, we organize the transportation plan in the future. If they bring 2,000 canisters, we cannot dispose of, so it doesn't work. So, depending on the disposal program and the transportation, we will make a harmonized. Thank you.
Thanks for the question. The Swedish transportation system, the sea-based transportation system, was developed in the early 1980s, and it was operational in 1983. It was actually designed to transport spent fuel from Sweden to France and the UK for reprocessing. So we had reprocessing contracts with the French and with the British. It was later decided to not to reprocess. So the contracts were sold to Japan, and the ship is now, the former ship started transporting spent fuel from the reactor sites to the interim storage facility in Oskarshamn. We have a new ship since 2013, and it's transporting the same the waste to the final repository for low and intermediate level waste in Forsmark, and spent fuel to the interim storage facility in Oskarshamn. And for the future, it will be transporting encapsulated spent fuel to the final repository in Forsmark. That transport will be from Oskarshamn to Forsmark. 200 canisters per year. So we will dispose of 200 canisters per year, basically one per working day, if you take away vacation and holidays and so forth. That's the situation today. And of course, it's a roll-on, roll-off, lift-on, lift-off ship, the only one in the world with an IMF3 classification. So it can basically transport any radioactive waste whatsoever. Thank you.
네, 답변이
Did it answer your question? Thank you very much. Do we have another question? So if we don't have one, let us conclude. Is there anyone? Yes, sure. My name is Ju Byung-chan. So we have 13 years for the site planning. For siting is what is the most important thing for site selection? Geological aspect or public acceptance can be an answer. So what's important for site selection? So you have a lot of experience with site selection, right? So is there any advice that you would like to give us?
You already mentioned the two most important aspects of geological suitability and public acceptance. So I really don't have much advice, but I think that you can do as good science or technology as you want, but if people don't understand what you do and that it's safe, then it's probably going to fail. So I think that it's the transparency and the interaction with different stakeholders and people is, in addition to science and technology, very important.
Just to add to Mika's comment here, I think there are a number of issues that you need to consider when you actually just select the site. The geology is one. Will the geology take us all the way? And also the other, will the acceptance take you all the way? Will it take you all the way to the end? And this depends a little on the process, how late in the process that the local communities can say no. In Sweden, they could say no very late in the process, so we need to be very sure that they would go with us all the way.
Thank you for the question. I would just add some aspect of public acceptance, because we are in the middle of the investigation. We just started 2 years ago, and we've been communicating with the local public now. And what's challenging for us is there are some people who support the project, and there are some people who oppose the project. You know, that's normal. But majority of them are not so much interested in the project. And we organized meetings, public meetings, and we encourage people to come, but they don't actually come, not so many. It's partly because if they come to the NUMOS meeting, that means, you know, it's almost showing that they are supporting the project. And in the small, you know, community, our community is, one community is the population of 2,800. The other one is 800 people. It's a very small community and people know each other quite well. That means if they show their attitude, and then some people might interpret that, okay, you are supporting the project. And there's also opponent groups meeting. And if people go to the opponent group meeting, it's almost showing that you're opposing the project. So the people are very careful not to come to the meeting. So our challenge is how to bring those people to the meeting and try to have an opportunity to communicate with them. That's one of the critical challenge at the moment. Thank you.
Is there any more question?
한 가지만 더 이제
Thank you so much. Just one more question. So we have 13-year plan for site selection. Do you think that is possible? Or do you think, is there any advice that you would like to give us in terms of period? Do we need to lengthen it or not?
There is no period. You know, when you have the acceptance, which will take you all the way, then the period is over. So you need to work on the acceptance and to make sure that the acceptance is solid and that it penetrates all the different levels of society and local community. So I think then you know. If it takes 2 years or 13 years, well, that's, you'll have to see.
Also, it's a personal point of view because 2013, as I was mentioning, in Germany, we had this complete white map again. And I remember very fondly having these discussions of why do we need to restart the site selection for spent fuel. And certainly an aspect of the duration was always that the people that were part of the decision-making process are no longer active. So, of course, I think that is also a driver for many of the siting and disposal programs now, that they are really, really challenging in a time frame to try to make it feasible within, let's say, at least a generation, or at least in a foreseeable time frame. That certainly is a driver, but I agree completely that as long as decisions are made in consensus and having the engagement and the transparency, it certainly supports finding a site. And again, I mean, it comes down to what factors influence it, and it's not as easy as just one factor, and finding a solution and having a transparent decision-making process can support it.
Thank you. Again, I want to make some comments about the public acceptance, because for the technical work, if we make a realistic plan, we can probably implement that. But for the public understanding and acceptance is very, very challenging, because, you know, it's probably more Asian issue, but people are quite emotional. If we say that we will dispose of the high-level waste deep underground, and people really emotionally oppose the project, that's very typical reaction. But some people still oppose after they understand the issues and disposal method. But many people are they just don't know. They feel that it sounds like dangerous, so that's why they oppose. But if they understand, you know, the way of disposing the waste and also how we conservatively assess the safety and so on, then my impression is quite a few people accept the way we dispose of. But to come to this point again, I said, we need an opportunity to talk with the local public, and that's one of the challenges. Thank you.
I can just add, it's about creating a relationship between the organization and the community, the people of the community. It's a trust, it's a mutual trust. It's like you and me trusting each other. It takes time to build that. And that trust must be there for the organization, for the people, for the method, and so forth. So that's what takes time.
Did it answer your question? So in Korea, we have to select sites. So I guess you have many questions. And tomorrow, we will have more presentations related to that topic. So I hope you participate. If we don't have any more questions, actually, we have one more question at the back.
받도록 하겠습니다.
Would you previous question before we go to the next one?
Okay.
I just wanted also to, from a personal opinion, to also mention that I completely agree with the previous speakers, but the other aspect that at least from my German background and my private connections is, okay, I mean, it's always a problem to have a solution that is in my backyard, yeah? And if that comes, I certainly will ask more and more questions, and trust and all the aspects are a huge part of that. But one thing that sometimes is underestimated is the risk of not doing anything at all. I can tell you from a German perspective, from my personal point of view, we have many interim storage at the moment, and they're sitting there, and they have a license for 40 years. And we will not know when the final repository will be operational. And I urge people to also consider the risk of having so much of these interims storage all over large areas. So I think that when we communicate with the public should be also an aspect that the risk minimization that we achieve by having deep geological repositories is something that at the end it will never be zero, but also if you take into account that that there are interim storage and they are at surface, they're not even at near surface, they're at surface, and this is also a risk that is not negligible and should be part of our conversations.
네, 추가로 또 말씀을 잘 전해주.
Thank you for your comment, and I'd like to take the last question. So in terms of managing the rad waste, I think you have to go through all the processes like identification and treatment, and also a categorization, etc. And there is a certification process. So I believe I do like to know. I'm experience like this. Do you have a certification process for high level waste? And if the answer is yes, then please explain to us the characteristics of your certification process for HLW in respective countries.
조금 어려운 질문이었나 봅니다. 약간 고민하시는 모습들을 보이시는데요.
Maybe this is the issue of the translation, but we are not sure about the certification. What do you mean by certification?
네, 다시 한번 질문을 조금 해주시겠어요? 조금 상세하게. 네.
한국에서는 waste.
Let me. We do call a waste certification program in Korea. So, So when we have a rat waste, then we go through the process to identify and also to treat and package and transport the rat waste from the very beginning to the end. So it is called a rat waste certification process in Korea. So in order to make sure that we are in the safe stage of treating and storing the rat waste, we have certification process in Korea. So I'm wondering if you do have certification process in your countries.
Holmqvist?
Yes, of course we do. There are waste acceptance criteria. There are a number of requirements that needs to be fulfilled, and this will be reviewed by the nuclear regulator and so forth. So yes, there is a sort of a certification process. It may not be expressed in the same way, but yes, it exists in Sweden, definitely.
And I would like to add the safeguards implementation by IAEA, so that we also need to have, in addition to that Magnus described, in all countries we need to have a system where IAEA can follow a travel or journey of single uranium pellet from nuclear reactor to final disposal.
그러면 상세한 부분에 대해서
So if I have further questions, then I would like. Is it okay for me to send you my questions via the LinkedIn?
Certainly라고 하셨습니다.
감사합니다.
네, 이런 적극적인 모습 굉장히 아름답고 멋집니다.
So thank you for your very active participation. It brings hope all the way. And now, actually, it is about the time for us to wrap up the talk concept. And thank you for your participation. And we had a very in-depth discussions and meaningful ones. And
Mr. Bohyonen, Mr. Buhendwell, and Mr. Blashmet. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them. Give a big round of applause.
Well, we will now conclude everything for day 1. And tomorrow we will start from 9:30. We'll talk about high-level waste management business and public acceptance. You had many questions regarding that. And we will also talk about the roadmap for technological development for the high-level waste. I hope you all participate tomorrow.
8th SaRaM, and we ask for your attendance tomorrow as well. Thank you very much to all of our guests who have attended offline and online. 여러분 대단히 고맙습니다. 내일 뵙겠습니다.